Please don't crash. Hi, welcome everybody. How you doing? Happy Thursday. It's Thursday. We are playing D&D solo. Hence the name Flying Solo. Real quick, I want to fix something for my TikTok viewers because golly, is this egregious that this is a thing. Hang on. All right, so TikTok has a weird thing on it where if you're watching this from like laptop, desktop, whatever, and you try and flip the screen or orientate it, it takes my whole image and flips it upside down. Not good for viewers. So I have to go here. Wrong keyboard. Go here. I have to adjust this whole thing on this screen of mine. So we're going to get a quick flip, and then the orientation will be set to default, so you only have to click it one time, and the picture will be upright, and everything will be crisp and good. Let me go ahead and do this one. I don't think I need this. Face cam is getting changed. This is getting changed. I don't know if that's getting changed or not. I don't know what that was, but I'm disabling it for now. Let's go ahead and just flip this entirely. Can I shrink this and it be kind of okay? I can kind of do that. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. Good. I'll put that at the bottom. I'm then gonna take this and I'm gonna flip it entirely. I'll put this over here. Boom. Increase that size just a wee bit. And we're going to flip my face. Whee! Boom, like that. There. And we'll center that. Keep it good. Media source is the background, so we have some red stuff taken care of. That's good. We want to reorient this again. I click 2 times, and boom, I'm good. It looks like a little bit of a problem happening right there. So we're just going to keep that right there. Does it look about good? I think that looks about good. Yeah, that looks actually really good. So I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to do this and see if that works out the way I want it to. That should display. It does display. Okay, good. Sweet. So we have map and that. I'm locking all 3 of these. These are not going to get changed again. Media source. This one here. You guys shouldn't be hearing any music on TikTok whatsoever, so that should be like done and out the way. With that being the case, I now have chat. If you're watching this on Twitch or YouTube, my chat is now up there. I don't think. Yeah, I'm not doing that, so that's okay. I can go back to this. And let's make sure this is moving all nice and dandy. I should see this moving now. Give it like 3 seconds. Yep, okay, good, gold. That's perfecto. That is exactly what I was wanting to do. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. I know it's going to be impossible to read anything on it, but I want to see if this works or not. Okay, so I'm just going to do this then. Good. Does that look about good? Look about right? Yes, it does. Okay, sweet. So I can just scroll all the way up. Boom. There it is. Yay, that works. Welcome to stream. Welcome to D&D. We're playing D&D today. I don't know if I said that a second ago. We're kind of playing D&D. If you're unaware of what has happened in the past, allow me to summarize a little bit. Monday, we started this campaign story. Just not gonna lie, very janky start because I was by myself. I didn't really have much people helping me, and the one person I had to take off in the middle of stream, and it was kind of a disaster. It didn't go anywhere. Tuesday, I was by myself. I went and fought 4 displacer beasts. I had some help with an elf and some guards. Long story short of it, elf and a guard died. I was handed a note. If you're wanting to check out the fight and everything about it, head over to Tuesday's stream. They died. I got a note. Went to a guild. Spoke to an orc, our new orc friend called Blackfeather. He essentially led me to a dungeon, which led to episode, I believe that's 4. Yeah, that's 4. To yesterday's stuff called New Challenger Approaches, or New Player Emerges. That's on YouTube. That entailed me exploring a dungeon with the orc and finding Chaos, which is our player 2 for this entirety of, for the entire world. I'm not gonna lie, the experience was amazing. I enjoyed every little bit. Only quip I have of it is I kind of wish there was more involvement with the dice in the game rather than a go this way type of gist, you know? Because it, not gonna lie, that kind of killed my mood just a little bit, but that's, take it, set it to the side, it's out of the way. Good and clear. With that being the case, that being out the way, I want to do something for YouTube as well, because I recognize that when I switch to this, it's not going to look exactly the same as on stream, and I know, like, my OCD is looking at this going, why? Why is this a thing? So give me, like, 2 more seconds. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to add a scene. I'm going to add... Okay, so I'm not going to do that because I don't have it there yet. I need to do this, this. I want to do the same thing I'm doing for TikTok right now on the recording side of this, because it's just how it looks good that way. Lock this in place. You want to take this, center that, boom. I want to take the webcam, boom, up. I'll center that with the character sheet, boom. And then I need to create a source. I need to discover this. I need to take, where is this one? I don't know if it's this one or not. Is it this one? Not entirely sure. No, it's not that one. It would be in this, I think. No. It would be this. It would be this. It would be, I think, this, and then that. Loop. Yes. Yes. Okay. Sure. Why not? But we're gonna mute that. Take that completely off. We're gonna put this all the way in the back. This way it's there. It's out the way. Okay. And that looks kind of good. I'm actually wanting to do this. This would be pretty cool if I could do this right here. That would be really good. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And we'll go ahead and do this. And bring this. And bring it up. Can I bring it up? I can in fact bring it up. But I don't want to. It looks too good the way it is. Yeah, that looks good. And then I'll just do this. Boom. Good. Gold. Okay. I'm done messing with that. It's good. I just wanted to add the same cloud stuff you see up here, but a little bit different. It's a little bit different from TikTok to the recording on YouTube. So it should look good now. Should look good. Should look all right. Should be all right. Kind of, sort of, something like that. Should be. Should be fine. If it's not, I'm kind of hoping you guys would tell me. We left off here on this. We left off here. Okay. Um, this lovely world of ours, we left off with Chaos and the Slime discovering a statue next to their campsite right now. They are stationed away. For right now, we're going to pause them entirely. Time for them has stopped. The way I want to execute this from where I am right now forward is I'm going to take a bunch of actions. I'm going to spend my 4 hours, my day, my 24 hours type of gist. Continuing from where we left off, so it'd be like late day, afternoon, not quite night, but the sun is beginning to set type of gist. I want to pause them, and I'm going to take my actions for today's stream and recording, and I am going to progress like I want to as the player and the DM. Feel free to flip a coin for encounters. Heads, I get an encounter. Tails, I don't. The encounters are going to be random. Apart from that, it's also going to be... I'm also going to unpause time for the orc and the slime, and next session, Friday, she should be around. Chaos should be around, and when she is, I will unpause time, and she will take an entire turn of her own. Like I will let her do her thing. I'm gonna pause time for me. This way, when we come back on recording and we do this again, it'll be unified. We are pretty much good. Unless we manage to get through 4 days worth of content. Or not 4 days, but I'm expecting like a day and a half to pass in the game for today. And then we'll unpause for them and then get them to catch up. Whole 9 yards. Apart from that, let's go ahead and get back over to where we are on my player. Boom, there we go. My character right there. Derby the character. Okay. So, from here, let's go ahead. Pull up, where is it? There we go. 1D100 encounter list. Good. Yes. Alright, so... do this. Okay, good. Gold. That's done. Okay. So I just got through selling a bunch of wares. That's what gave me the additional silver and gold pieces. I'm at 400 gold pieces, which is very nice. It is now later on in the day. I am going to... What do I want to do from here? Because I'm going into town. We were going to go find a job from the guild. We got to go to the guild and figure that mess out. So let's head over to the guild. See if maybe. Nope. Okay, good. So it's a peaceful walk all the way to. Boom, made it to the guild. Let's see if I can see any jobs from the entrance. 18. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that I can. So from here, I mean, I'm looking across the room to the board, and I am essentially looking at this board for jobs. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to do this right here. We need to do this. Boom. That works. Yeah, that works nicely. Okay, sweet. From here we want to go back down. Sorry, that was the setup. Boom. Okay, good. So, uh, on this corkboard, I note that there is a job that I think would fit me well. I take it, I place it to the receptionist. I go, "Hey, is anyone taking this job yet?" She goes, "No, no, there hasn't been anyone go for that." I would highly recommend getting a party together for it though, because it might take more than one person to handle it. Um, Unless you feel confident enough to do it on your own. I think I am. I think I'm okay with attempting to do it on my own, but I'll see about others before I leave to see if there's if there are potentially other people willing to party up and us take care of a job. Uh, I guess I'll just roll another one to see. I got 14. In my immediate vicinity, there are probably 3 people, all of which are minding their own business, 2 of which are eating, don't want to disturb them. I think the third guy is a little shy, but I can respect that. He looks like a newer adventurer, so um, I'm not gonna ask him just out of fear for his safety. I don't want to bring him along for something he's unprepared for. I think based on the people around me, there's no one really in the guild at the moment that I could really pair up with, and I'm gonna decide to leave. So I'm gonna thanks for the job. I'm gonna try and do it on my own. I leave from here. Um, I leave the dojo, and wow. Okay, so guy comes out. I don't think. I think he's okay. I think he's good. Here, let me do this. Companion. I need to get better at this because man. There we go. This is companion. This. Sorry. Oh, those are the guards from before. Let's go ahead and take them out of the picture. Boom. Boom, boom. Layer. Okay. Okay. Now from here, I'll zoom in. Take this. Boom. Okay. Let's make sure I can actually. I can 16. So as I'm leaving the guild hall, I make my way to the footpath for the road. I hear behind me, "Hey, wait!" I look behind me, and sure enough, it's that timid guy I noted from before. Okay. Okay. So from behind me, I hear, "Hey, I heard you were taking a job, and I would like to come along. Is that okay?" I turn around. I proceed to have a conversation with him as he approaches me. Um, I essentially, I go, "Hey, yeah." This is weird. I go, "Hey, yeah, I just took the job. I was gonna tackle it on my own. I didn't want to disturb you. Did I offend you by any means?" He goes, "No, no, no, no. No, I take no offense." Um, I saw that the clerk was a little concerned, and I figured, hey, I might as well see what I can do to help. I go, "Okay, sure. I have no problem with you tagging along, but you better be prepared for what's ahead. Apparently, this is not supposed to be. This is not an easy mission. This is not an easy job. So, whatever you do your best not to slow me down. Okay?" Shakes his head, yes. Affirmation. We party up. We group up. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and group up. All right. All right. We pair up and we head on out away from the guild hall. We got to make our way to a village, it seems. Got to see exactly where it is on the map here. I take note that it's in the northeast, so we head out that way. Let's go ahead and just. Nope. Okay, good. As we're making our way around, we notice the breeze and how nice the community is. We converse about the local community. Um, Local community? Man, does that sound like robot talk? I asked him about the weather. I'm like, "Hey, this weather be kind of crazy." He goes, "Yeah, yeah, it's mighty crazy. Wasn't expecting the rain the other day." I'm like, "It rained yesterday?" He goes, "Yeah, yeah, there's plenty of rain. It came down, cats and dogs and all." I go, "Huh, must not have noticed." To be honest, we were in a dungeon, so it makes sense. What happened there? Why did I go sideways, not up? That was weird. Keep going, keep going. I get to do. I don't know how I keep missing that. Hmm. We notice as we're adventuring out illusions of other people walking past us. time flies. We're not really taking our time, but we're also not really sprinting. I'm covering like 6 feet every so often, and it's kind of nuts. So, eh, yeah. Let's continue. We head to the northeast. We gotta keep going this way. We make it to the city gate. We pass through without hesitation. He informs me the first time he passed through here, the guards gave him a hard time because he was so shy and timid. He didn't want to offend anybody. And they were just doing their jobs, protecting the city, but they were very, very, very hesitant to welcome him. By the way, my name's Eldrin Falomir. Hope we get to know each other quite well. Let's go ahead and just... We know it's still in the northeast from where we are on the map. We continue on our way. We note a tree off to our side, whispering away. We didn't understand what was going on at first, but there was in fact a tree. Hang on. There we go. We had a tree here that as we were passing, oh, wrong one. Gotta do this, that. As we're passing this tree, we notice on the eve of our ears, let's see if we can actually hear it. I didn't think about that. 11, yeah. We notice a faint, like as though someone's talking, but we can't make out the voice exactly. It's at a whisper, and we're like 12 feet away from it, so not exactly apparent to us, just that we know there was whispering around, yet no one on the road at the time. We choose to ignore it and continue to go. What could that have been, he asks. I go, I don't know. It could very well have been a ghost or a murmur, some kind, not entirely sure. We continue on our path to a village that has a vendor in the center, houses around, but not very populated. Not very populated. Roughly 6 houses consider themselves part of this little village, and 2 of them are have been ostracized. Pardon me. Quite dusty in here. As we make our way to the village, I pull out the poster and I read what the job entails. So our job type is to investigate. Sorry, hang on. Job brief. The brief is a rural hamlet reports that their main well has begun weeping black, foul-smelling water. Seeps upward. Sorry. Has begun weeping black. Foul-smelling water seeps upward at night, and villagers hear faint crying from below. 2 people have gone missing after investigating it. The guild wants answers, and the well restored if possible. As we approach the village, I inform him of that. He goes, "Really? Black water going up?" I don't. That's Eldrin. Falamir, the human, the timid guy, green dude. He notes that it's quite curious that a well would weep black and water would start to rise at night. It's kind of weird. It's unfortunate two people have gone missing, but hopefully we can find them by the end of it. I agree. We head towards the well in investigation style. We try and figure out what the heck is going on here. Let me. Okay. Okay. So what does he think? Okay. Okay, cool. So, looking at that's cool. Okay, so the way I understand this is I'm thinking for investigative purposes because I'm wanting to do an investigate. I want to investigate this well. I want to know why it's spewing black. We go to the well thinking, okay, clearly it's got to be something with the water. Otherwise, eh, like how else would we explain it? We investigate for signs of tampering. So ordinary well, you got stone layout, you got the bucket with the rod and little house on top. Stereotypical well. Crank it, or you loosen the rod and it drops the bucket, and then you crank it back up in order to pull the bucket with the water fresh up. We do just that. Um, I mean, I shouldn't have to roll for that, but I got a 19 anyway, so it works. That's for the athletics check to see if we can actually get it to come all the way up. I loosen the rod, drop the bucket, I crank it as fast as I can, and it races back to the top. Water spills out a little bit, but it's not much. I finesse the crap out of this bucket, bringing it back up. Um, I note, let's do investigation. It's a 14 plus the, is that an intelligence modifier? Yeah, intelligence modifier. So 16. I do not have investigation as a skill that I'm proficient with, so I'm not going to add that proficiency modifier. With that being the case, I investigate the well first, noting that after I had pulled the bucket of water up, it's not black like the job description says it's supposed to be. And looking around the well, I see nothing out of the ordinary. It's a random stone base with various knickknacks around, as well as the general house and the rod and the. I note that the rod and the crank are good. That doesn't look like it's been tampered with. I then proceed to confer with Falamir here, trying to figure out what exactly it is that happened or if he found anything on his side of the well. 17 plus 1, 18. He notes that the stone looks well built, like a master mason took care of it. It's one of the more pristine wells he's ever seen. We converse a little more, trying to figure out what it could be magic wise, or if it was rigged, trapped for like a temporary curse type gist. We can't come up with anything off the top of our heads, so we investigate the local townsfolk to see what they know. We go to each house one by one and figure things out. One moment. Me. Okay. So, as he rears back around, we're confronted by a gentleman from this house here. Yes, I'm going to add a layer for this. Yes, I'm going to be doing a lot. Hang on. Yeah, that works. Sweet. Okay. This is our NPC. He's come out from his house. He goes, "Hey, yeah, you there? Are you here about the well? Did you get the job application we sent in to the guild?" I turn around, noticing him disgruntled, but ultimately welcoming. Uh, Disgruntled, but understandably so. I confront him, going, "Yeah, do you know what exactly is going on here?" He goes, "No, I have no idea." Um, he noted that a couple days ago everything was fine. Water was running. We had plenty of rain to keep it full. Village was stocked for a while, but nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing that he had noticed. We tell him, okay, we couldn't find anything either, so it's kind of strange that we'd get the job offer if there's nothing strange happening. Well, he says, well, it happens at night. You gotta come up at night and see it for yourselves. We go, okay, so we'll return later today to see if anything has changed. He goes, okay, all right, so we'll wait. We good. Let's go ahead and do this, and then he goes back into his home. We don't see him again for a little bit. This. There we go. From here, I think we want to investigate a few more houses. So I take my companion. We head up to house number 2, where we meet up with a young lady, a young elf, half elf lady. She comes out, hooting and hollering, "Hey, what y'all doing here? Aren't y'all supposed to be hunting down whoever stole these 2 people?" I honestly have no idea who went missing from this village, but we got people missing, and y'all can't solve it. What y'all good for if you ain't gonna find the people? I go, ma'am, we are, but there's a problem. You see, we have nothing to go on except this job application, and we know people are missing. We've heard it from the Mr. downstairs, Mr. over yonder. You're the second person we've come to talk to. Have you seen anything strange? You know of anyone that's new in town? What exactly is going on here? That's 15 plus 2, 17. So she pretty much opens up and asks, or pretty much says everything she's noticed so far. She goes, I've been here for roughly 20 years, and this is the first sign of really anything strange that's occurred in this town. We were peaceful and happy. It was a good community until a couple days ago. We heard a scream in the middle of the night. Whole townsfolk came around the well. Sure enough, we saw it. Black ooze rising up from it, traveling up, not down. Everyone noted it as strange, didn't think anything of it, until we heard another scream that same night. As we were huddled around the well, someone decided to scream off in the distance. She gestures over to this house here, essentially elaborating that the missus of the house was missing her child, and she didn't know where exactly he went. He was missing. It wasn't good. Everyone took a hit morally that day. And then yesterday, literally just last night, we had another person go missing from not this house, but she gestures over beyond the house over yonder, beyond what you see here. The lord of that house went missing just last night. We don't know where they are, what happened to them, just that they're missing now. And every night it typically happens. The well decides to leak black ooze, and it usually starts to levitate into the sky. I note the half elf's demeanor. She seems very scared, frightened for her life, type of gist. Very, very timid. And Falamir pretty much speaks up, goes, "It'll be okay. We're here to help. You can trust us." She goes, "Yeah, thanks for that," and walks back in. She goes back to her house, into her domicile. We don't hear from her again. I confer with the elf. It was good what you did there, but honestly, we need to find out more information before we let them turn away. I get your heart's in the right place, but we really ought to be getting to the bottom of this sooner. We don't want another person going missing later today when we have to come back and see it for ourselves. He his rebuttal is essentially that of what happens if we solve it now, but yet can't find the two missing people. How can we say we've solved the problem if we're not bringing them back to their families? I agree with the elf and eventually allow him to convince me to stay near the well. Stay near the well, camped up. We note there is not an inn. What in the world just happened? We note that there is a merchant shack nearby. We visit, see what the browsing of the wares are. Let's see exactly who this shack belongs to. I think we're gonna go ahead and say this is a farmer's market of like no farmer's market. That doesn't make any sense. Because I'm thinking in terms of this is right there, so I think this is a scribe. Yeah, this is the. Did we already get to two scribes? I'm not entirely sure. Armory is over by the gate. Let's call this one the Alchemist. Okay? Oh, oops. Didn't want to minimize that, sorry. So we go into the shop, recognize that there are potions and whatnot scattered about. The elf chimes in. This is an alchemist shop. We could probably get some potions here if we needed to. Oh, that's a good idea. Potions sound like a good idea. Okay. So, I asked the shopkeep, "Hey, how you doing? We're here on a job. We're looking to buy some potions to better prepare ourselves for what's to come." Old codger lady, essentially, across the counter, got white hair, hunched over, very old looking. Um, she essentially chimes in, "Oh, so you're looking for potions, eh?" I don't know about the accent. Bear with me, I'm not an old lady. Um, she goes, "Yeah, I've got these three here." I look at him, I ask her about each one. I'm like, "What's this one?" She said, "This is a potion of flickering focus." As I look at the flask, a pale blue liquid that glimmers like candlelight appears when I shake it. Um, she said, "Drink this if you wish to know what you're looking for sooner. Understand that it comes with a side effect. Once you drink it and the effect wears off, beware. You'll be overstimulated and will no longer be able to ascertain what you're looking for." I sit the bottle down after inspecting it, ask her about this other one. I pick it up, and a warm reddish orange brew. I smell faintly a charcoal spice off of it. I note its color and understand its warmth. She said that one is a very effective one. She says as you drink it, you can gain the resistance to cold damage for an hour. You'll feel a warmth deep inside, and cold won't affect you for a while. That's crazy. Additionally, that worm will swell only one time during that time, you can breathe embers, exhale. As you breathe in, you can breathe out like a dragon. In a 10-foot direction of your choosing, creatures in the area will take fire damage, have the potential to be burned. I go, huh, that's a real interesting potion. I set it down, noting it. And then I pick up the third vial. I look at it with a thick green liquid, tiny floating leaf fragments, and they don't sink. They're not sinking in the bottle. I note them floating ever so elegantly across the top of the liquid in the bottle. She essentially says, this is a restoration potion. Once you drink it, you'll feel better from any damage you've accrued. Your wounds will heal quicker. Oh, interesting. There's also a side effect with this one, but not many people have had an opportunity to test it out. I go, okay. So, restorative. I list off in order. Restorative with a side effect unknown. This one allows you to sustain cold and resist it, as well as potentially breathe fire, which is interesting. Who wouldn't love breathing fire? And then this one allows me to ascertain certain things I wouldn't normally be able to ascertain, but at a cost. I won't be able to, after the effect has wore off, I won't be able to investigate things. Or this says make wisdom perception checks. My sight will be blurry. It's as though I'm drinking mead. That side effect is. From there, I asked the elf. I said, "Hey, which of these do you think you'd go for?" Let me make sure he can even afford it. This one. Sorry, I'm making sure this is good. All right. Sorry, I had to make multiple tabs for the NPCs and the followers and all that fun jazz because, golly, there's a lot that I'm having to click through. And it's just one large list. I'd rather just separate it so the immediates are taken care of, and then I can go back to the technical lookups. Okay. So he's looking at these potions going, man, they sure would be useful, but I can't afford any of these. I don't have the gold for it. He's got 8 gold pieces on him. I go, okay, that's fine. I'll grab a couple for me and a couple for you. Sound good? He goes, yeah, that's completely fine. Go, okay. I ask him how much for 2 of the green vials and how much for the 2 of the warm ones. She goes and says, I'll sell the Verdant Pulse here for, since you're buying 2, 60. How does 60 gold pieces go for each? I go, okay, that's a decent amount. That's an okay number. I don't mind doing that. Let's go ahead and do this. I'd also like to get two of the orange warm, reddish orange warm elixir there. She goes, okay, okay, yeah, that'll be 50 gold for two. I'm like, 50 gold for two? She goes, yeah, yeah, she affirms, takes 50 for two. I go, okay then, I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna get four of those because I want to breathe fire. Who doesn't want to breathe fire? So okay, let me make sure this is good. This one here. I think that's good. So okay. So I essentially paid for two of those, which was, she said 60. I think she said 60. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. This puts me at 25, right? And then I spend another 100 on the Ember drop because each one's 25. I had 3. This puts me at 225. That's fine. I'm okay with spending that much. That's okay. Valamir looks up at me. Are you certain you want to pay for all this? I go, yeah. I'd rather be prepared and know what I'm getting into than have something happen to either you or me and all of a sudden now I'm responsible for 2 deaths. That's just not how that works. Recollecting the elf that was with me that helped me out with the displacer beasts. With that being said, I bid the codger a farewell and we head out of the establishment. Potions in tow, a little light on coin, but otherwise okay. We then proceed to set up camp over here. Temporary camp of a kind. Let's go ahead and just... Oh, I'm not going to add a layer for that. I'm going to add a... This. I'm going to add structure. This. We set up camp not too far away from the town, but close enough to where we could hear if anyone's in trouble or needs assistance with anything. We make camp. We're good. We're chilling. We're having fun. I note that the elf was timid before and asked him, hey, why are you so timid? You joined a guild. This job isn't exactly for the weak of heart. He goes, yeah, I know. I just thought I could help people and am coming to terms with my ability to socialize. It's not exactly easy considering ABC. Hang on, let me see ABC. Considering I was raised to believe violence only makes things worse. I prefer to take an evasion approach. If I don't have to fight, I don't engage. I'd rather run, come back, wait for it to de-escalate, and help who I can when I can. I go, that's a surefire way of getting yourself killed. What happens if your enemy decides to chase after you? He goes, well, in that case, I just don't stop running. Or I let them beat the tar out of me and eventually give them what they want. Or at least the peace they desire. You know, that is no way to live. You've got to do better for yourself. I ask him, what's your goal in life if running away is all you ever do? How can you say you have that goal knowing you run away as often as you do now? He goes, it's more like a dream than a goal. You wouldn't understand it. Like, try me. He goes, well, ever since I was little in a little farmland with my family and the pets and the cows and the sheep, it was on a farm. He lives on a farm. I always thought about being a knight one day. I go, really? He goes, yeah. I always thought about being a knight, but not one that goes out on the front lines. More like the strategist. I'm not on the front lines, and I can safely help people from a distance without really directly going into combat. I'm go, I laugh. I straight up look at him and go, you understand, being a knight is not all cherries and roses, right? He goes, yeah, I understand that. I know I'm destined to get my hands bloody at some point. I just wish to put it off as much as possible. Eventually ascending through the ranks and, I don't know, being maybe a medic, or even better, a strategist. I go, well, that is one lofty dream to have, and I commend you for not wanting to provoke violence. I would highly recommend getting used to the way fighting happens, though, because eventually you're gonna find your end on the receiving end of a broadsword, and you need to know how to defend yourself. He goes, yeah, point taken. Maybe you could teach me how to defend myself someday. I'm like, yeah, sure, that works. I have no problem with it. Let's get this job done with, though. He goes, he affirms. We rest up for a little bit. We don't take a long rest, more like a short rest. We wait and wait and wait and wait until eventually the sun sets. It's now nighttime. We awake just in time to see the sun set, and we observe. We observe and observe and observe. We're at a distance from the well. Let's make certain we can actually see. I believe this is disadvantage, so I actually need to roll 2 die. I have to take the lower roll. So 8 for my disadvantage. Perception is 2. So wisdom 0. So yeah, that's a 10. I could see between me and the well, but I can't quite make out the well from this distance. It's just too dark. Let's see what... Oof. The elf can't make anything out. He's so groggy waking up. He's rubbing his eyes trying to get the morning out. Yeah, he's so groggy. He's just getting the morning out of his eyes. As this occurs, we hear people rushing towards us. I guess they saw our campfire lit. And as they approach, we hear them start talking. How could you take another one of our people? As they approach, get closer and closer and closer, I start to notice they're carrying torches and pitchforks. I go, wait, hang on, stop. Let's see if they even notice. Again, this is disadvantage, so they can't see me, so. A mob of people with a collective, much as before. They don't hear me, they continue to charge at us. I tell the kid, wake up quicker, we gotta go. And from there, we run all the way to the footpath. See if they trail us or not. This. They do not trail us. We lose them between the footpath and where we were at the campfire. It seems they heard me after all, but they stopped and turned back. Not aware of what just happened. I asked the elf, do you know what that was about? He goes, no. I was still getting the morning out of my eyes. I didn't even see any of it. I go, okay, well, obviously we can't go back there thinking we own the place, so we're going to have to go in sneakily. We're going to have to sneak around a couple buildings and get to the village somehow. We need to see that well. We need to know what is occurring. He agrees. And then from here, I decide to go north a little bit. It's dark, so we can see like 10, 20 feet, but not much beyond that. We go around to the other side of the village through woods and thicket. Okay. Pass behind a house, and in our attempt to get back to the shopkeep for a better view of the well that we're investigating, we note that there is something in the sky moving. We don't know what, but there's something in the sky. It's peering down at the well, but we don't know what. We round the house, and just enough to see the well. We see the crowd of people that have gathered around it. We hear a scream. Ah, right. We know water is going up to the sky. It looks like it's being funneled into what seems to be an agape mouth of some kind. We're not entirely sure what's going on. Um, the scream alerts the surrounding people of this well. They all turn and look, and sure enough, it's another widow, freshly made widow that has just lost her husband. She doesn't know where he is. He's gone mysteriously. We keep observing the well and the people around. They go to comfort her. The well becomes a little bit more clear. We're going to roll for perception again here to see if we can ascertain what exactly is going on. We got 16. So from this distance, I can make out the well and some of the some of its attributes. I note that the stone base is glowing and that the water is rising up out of the well and towards the sky. It's being funneled into a mouth of some kind, and the bucket is no longer there. We no longer see the bucket. The roof is gone, the well is agape, and the water is just rushing up and out. I tell the elf, dude, this is something else. This is kind of crazy. What do you think we should do? Um, Elf then turns to me and asks, what do you think? We gotta figure out where the missing people are first. That's our priority. Find the people and then solve the well in that order. Well, hang on. We're just gonna open this up in a whole new tab because none of us are here and hunt this down 72 different times. I go, okay. So we have to find the people. I think we have to reinvestigate the well. We need to figure out what it is that's occurring while it's active. Otherwise, it'll just disappear during the day. So I want to sneak. I want to sneak. My player by himself wants to sneak. I want to sneak up to the well. I don't know. Can I do that? Hang on. So this is very, very complicated. Um, so I want to stealthily approach this well, and how I would do this is, it seems the passive perception of villagers basic perception. I'm going to go with 11. And I have to beat that with a dexterity stealth roll. And I believe, yep, there is a stealth roll here for dex, which means I'm not proficient in stealth at all. I'm not wearing any armor, so naturally there's no disadvantage to it. And I use my dex modifier without adding any of the proficiency bonus. So I roll d20. I get a 14 plus my dex, which is 2. So 16. I sneak up to the well successfully without messing around with anybody. The elf stays behind and watches my back. Let's make sure his perception is good. It is not. He can barely see past the corner of the house. He's afraid of the villagers, doesn't want to go out too far. As I get to the well, I investigate what could be going on. I don't know any smell. Again, the bucket is completely gone. There is nothing over the top of this well. So if one villager turns around and their perception just so happens to see me before I can investigate, that's a problem. I'm looking for clues, and I'm looking for anything inside the well that would point to a problem. Okay. Okay. So this would be another roll. This time it'd be for investigation, which is my intelligence. I add that modifier to a d20 versus. Do I verse anything? Okay, so 17 plus 2, 19. So I investigate the entirety of the well without being spotted. Um, I note that there is something shiny at the bottom that I can't quite reach if I were to just go down and, reach in to grab it. So I signaled to my ally to come on over. Let's see if he even sees that. Giving this elf way too many chances. 18. He sees it. He notes that I'm gesturing him to come closer. We need to get this taken care of. I need to roll for stealth on this dude. Stealth is dex again. So this right here, roll. That's 6 and 7. So as he's approaching this well to back me up, I note that one of the villagers turns and sees him, but it doesn't make out exactly what he is, just that he's moving towards the well. I then proceed to take a rock and throw it as a form of distraction. I don't want my friend getting caught and butchered. 16 plus, I'm assuming that's 2 on strength. Or is it dex? No, it's yeah. So it's strength. I think athletics applies here. So I take it, find a rock, I throw it. Um, I throw it so far over the head of the person that it lands and hits like a pond of water, and they notice it. I think they notice it. Let's see if they notice it. Yeah, they notice it, and they go, "Oh, they must be back. We got to go and chase them off. We don't want another person missing. This is the third time tonight. We can't have this. Get after them." They all light their torches and pitchforks, and they start booking it in that direction of the rock. Little do they know, we're already next to the well. Elf has made Falamir has made a successful sneak approach to the well. He then also investigates the well and notes. He notes that he sees something in the bottom of the well as well, but he can't quite make out what it is. I note that it's something glistening in the water. We gotta get it out because I think it might be the cause of it. Um, let's go here, here. Okay. So we'll go for the higher end, 15, deep, dark, slippery. Um, okay, so I choose to makeshift a weapon of some kind. Weapon? Improvise a tool. I want to improvise my battle axe. Do I have a battle axe? Do I not? Hang on. Let's see. So I have a warhammer that I could use the other end of. So there's a flat end and like a pointy end, right? I'm thinking that's like a warhammer, right? I tell the elf, say, hey, I could probably use this to pry at the whatever that item is down below. He goes, yeah, yeah, sure, go ahead. I'll keep a lookout for the villagers. I'm like, okay, okay. So as we're as he's watching for the villagers, I take my warhammer out and I carefully go at it with the pointy end of the stick. And I try and reel it up out of the well. Let's make sure I can do. So I'm gonna roll intelligence investigation. This is a DC 15 normal well. I think we're gonna do. Is it a dex? It's investigation for that. So let's see if I can improvise this weapon. 6 plus intelligence 2 8. So I use the weapon to attempt to grab it, but in the process of using it, I'm not very good at handling it. So I splash the water a little bit. Some of the villagers take note, but think it's nothing, think something may have fallen in from elsewhere. They turn back and do their thing, hunting us down fakely. From there, we have to see if we've got it. I'm trying to be as precise as I can, but more so being careful with control. So we're going to run Dex throw, and it'll be. Yeah. Dex throw with sleight of hand as the number. That is 3. So as I'm reaching down the well, I'm making all kinds of noise with the water because I just cannot handle this at all. And as I'm making noise, I go as low as I can with it, but I keep missing, keep missing, keep missing, keep missing. Um, Eventually, the villagers turn around. The elf looks at me, going, "Dude, what are you doing? Just get it and bring it out of the well." Like, I'm trying my best here. I can't handle this. This thing is a little too heavy for my liking. I'm used to using swords, not hammers. So bear with me. As this conversation is taking hold, 2 of the villagers turn around and start walking towards the well. The elf takes note of this and goes, "Hey, we need to hurry. They're on to us." And I look back at the elf and go, "This isn't happening. We can't do this." So I take the hammer back out, sheathe it. Um, the elf suggests climbing down the well to get at the item, whatever it is. I go, "Okay, are you willing to climb down there? Because I don't think I'll be able to fit." Him being a smaller frame and all, me being pretty big, I think he'll be able to fit. However, that's gonna raise. I think that'll raise the DC. Would that raise the DC? Hang on, let's see if that raises. I don't think that raises DC. Okay. He goes, yeah, but I need to identify what it is. I need to know where it is exactly. So as he's doing that, I take a rock. A rock? No. As he's preparing to climb down this well, I decide I'm gonna act as the distraction because clearly he's gonna need time to take care of things. I start hooting and hollering, "Hey yo, over here, over here! I'm right here. Come and get me!" I run off in the direction, not knowing exactly where I'm going other than south. I note that I'm leaving him behind, but he should be okay if he can get to the bottom of it. This elf, as I'm running, is preparing to jump into the well and climb on down. He wants to climb down, so it's two things we got to do. One, he's got to identify where it is, and then two, he's also got to climb down the well. DC's pretty high at a 17, but he's got to identify it first. So 16 plus, not that one, this one. It's a perception check, and it's on this elf. So this one, wisdom to 18. He sees exactly what it is at the bottom of the well. He doesn't quite understand what it is, just knows that it's glistening. He knows where it is to reach it. DC on this next throw is now decreased by 2, so it goes from 17 to 15, back to normal. We're going to go ahead and roll 2, and then we're going to get 17s all the way around. 17 plus his strength mod. Unfortunately, his strength isn't that much, knocking it down 1. That's 16 that he's got. From there, he attempts to climb down the well. He makes a couple slips, doesn't really disturb the water. He's holding his breath as he's going. As he's going down, he reaches and grabs the item. I believe that's a sleight of hand check. Let's see if he can actually get that. That's a dex. 17 plus dex plus 1, 18. So yeah, he definitely reaches out for it, grabs it. He's got it wrapped around one of his fingers, clutched in his fist alongside some debris. And he's making his way back up out the well. He manages to get up out of the well, and he's good with whatever it is in his hand. From there, he moves away, huffing and puffing. He goes, "Hey yo, villagers, I'm over here! Wow!" And then okay. Okay, so he waves, hoots and hollers, grabs the attentions of all the villagers that are chasing me down the road. He essentially tells them, "Hey, he's over here. What's up?" They all turn around, start gathering around him. He's now surrounded. Um, he then proceeds to cower as a reaction to their surrounding. Um, they essentially question him. Why did he come back? Why is he taking more of the people? Why are you here? Why are you here? Can't you see we're in distress here? We're trying to mourn the loss of another person. He goes, "No, no, no, wait. We figured out what the problem was. We figured out what the problem was with the well." The villagers then proceed to back off a little bit. They're still heated. They don't know why he's here outside of the well. He holds up the glistening thing, and sure enough, they take note of it. I don't know what. Give it a second. It's doing its things and performing magic. Golly. Wow. Crazy. Okay. As he's holding up this obsidian sphere looking thing, I noted glistening in his hand. He goes, "This is what was corrupting your well. This is what was causing people to disappear. I get the feeling I could probably take this to the wizard and we could recover the people that went missing. This is a good thing. Don't attack me, please." As he's explaining, I'm approaching him from behind the villagers that have amassed. I go, "We've been here this whole time trying to figure out the well, and you guys go and chase us away. We understand your issue. We understand you're missing people, but come on. You've got to do better at understanding who is friend from foe here. You've had an item in the bottom of your well, corrupting it for some time now, and obviously it's gone out of control. You have taken the liberty of running us off and having us fear for our lives while on this job. So please, step aside and let us do it so we can help you guys and these missing people out. Okay?" Villagers don't take too kindly to me. They're like, "You should have gotten here sooner." I'm like, there is no way of knowing something is happening without you speaking up and staying out of the way so the professionals can take care of it. We appreciate your help if when you asked for it, but from that point forward, you should have been more like knowing, more acknowledging of another party's presence, trying to help you out. Um, from that, they understand, agree, they disperse back to their homes. The elf goes, "What is this thing?" I look at it, black, glistening. I could barely make it out in my hands. It is so dark. It looks like a Noctium sphere of some kind. Not entirely sure how it works though. Um, hmm, cool. This is actually a fairly cool thing, like a very, very cool item. So, this thing is kind of busted. This thing is like really, really busted. So the elf hands it to me, because he doesn't want to invoke any wrath from a curse or anything. He's like, "Here, take it. I don't want to be invoked a curse." I'm like, I don't want to be cursed either. What the heck, man?" I hold it up and look at it. Sure enough, I see the black tendrils, and I note that there are people who are restrained within the orb, and we need to free them somehow. I asked the elf if he has any ideas. He goes, "Well, if it's reacted at night, the whole thing was it only ever occurred at night that the water would turn black and then rise, and people would go missing at the same time. Obviously, it might have something to do with the day-night cycle. So I say let's wait for the daylight to see what happens and if we can free these people from their imprisonment." I go, okay, that sounds like an idea. We head back to camp, thinking everything is good, good in the hood. Let's click on this. We head back to camp after we retrieve the orb, and we're gonna see if we can break this binding curse type gist. Set the orb next to the fire because it's cold to the touch, and I don't feel like freezing my hands off. Set it there. Elf says, "Are you sure that's a good idea?" I said, "Yeah, so long as we keep water away from it, I think it's okay. I think it thrives in murky water and in the darkness. So long as it's next to fire and it's nice and dry, we're good. Just leave the water out of it." He goes, "Okay." We take a rest. I observe the orb overnight. It is now early morning, and the orb has yet to do anything. The elf slowly wakes up, and I note that the orb hasn't done anything after he asks, "Hey, does anything happen? Are the people free yet?" I don't know. I've been looking at it all night. I can't quite make out why they're still trapped. We gotta figure out how to free these people. We don't want their villagers suffering anymore. They've suffered enough. The elf agrees. And from there, we continue back to the village, and we discuss with the villagers what exactly has occurred. As we approach the well, we note that the same gentleman from before is standing outside his home next to the well. He remembers everything of what happened last night, and we pretty much discussed with him, "Hey, um, we have this orb from the bottom of your well here. We noted that it only takes possession of people at night, and that the black water rises from the well only at night. So by removing this, we should have broken the curse, but we still haven't found a way to handle your people, set them free. We can clearly see them on the inside of this orb. They are miniaturized, restrained, and stuck there. They don't look to be in any pain. They don't look to be hungry or harmed in any way. They're just restrained is all." He goes, "Oh, well, that's good news. I can't wait to tell all the people that are currently mourning their losses on this. We should be celebrating. This is a great, great, great news, great update. Awesome." He said, "Are you sure this isn't going to happen again?" I'm like, anything can happen. I tell him outright. I'm like, anything can happen. I would highly recommend not putting anything strange in the well ever again, because you don't want to have people go missing left, right, and center. It's just not fun. He goes, "Yeah, I definitely won't be tossing any more of my coin in there." I'm like, "Yeah, good on you for thinking that." As we present him the orb with the people inside, we note that the sun was glistening off. I say we note. I realize the sun was glistening off, and the orb's color begins to fade. I go, "Whoa!" And drawing attention of the elf and the villager, we all stand in astonishment. What happened to the color? What's going on? And outside of our purview, outside of our peripherals, we see three figures walk up behind us. Oh wait, no, that's actually stuck. Okay, so not gonna bother. We see three people walk up behind us, and sure enough, they're all three the same people that went missing. The villager looks around my corner in astonishment, orb floating, and he notes them. "Hey, hey, you're back! You're back! This is so great! This is awesome! Cool! I can't believe you saved these villagers. Thank you so much for your kind service. Uh, please stay. We'll celebrate. We'll have a good time." I go, "No, we're here on a job. We can't be fraternizing with a customer. We appreciate the hospitality, but we gotta be on our way." He goes, "Well, you can keep the orb. We don't need it here. The blasted thing is taking too much of our time from us. We don't want to have that thing anywhere near us anymore." This is a lot to jot down. Give me 1 second. So I have to get up real close to this. Sorry. That's kind of busted, but okay. Let's do this. Cool. Well of Dread. Let's go ahead and knock this out. Well of Dread. Wow, that's a lot. So I'm gonna. How about this? How about this? How about this? I'm gonna delete all of this because that is a lot to type. I want to. I like this so far. All of what's right here at the Noctium sphere. This right here is good. What I want to do is this. I'm gonna take a picture of this. I'm just gonna hot note it here. There we go. And I can actually zoom in and read it, and it works. Okay, I have that taken care of now. That is out of the way. I'm not doing that again. If I have to generate another item, I'm just going to take a snapshot instead of typing it all up because holy crap, that is a lot to type. So essentially, this orb with faded light recharges during the night, and from there, I have I have to attune with the sphere in order to use anything that comes along with it. Apparently, I have dark vision for 120 feet. I can resist necrotic damage, and then I can cast at will the spell Detect Evil and Good. Kind of busted. And there are three things to note apart from that. You have Knight's Dominion. While I'm attuned to the sphere, I can use an action to cause tendrils of black water to unfurl from it. Each creature I choose within 60 feet must succeed on a DC 17 Constitution saving throw or be restrained by the water until the start of the next turn. The area becomes difficult terrain until the end of my next turn. And then Well of Dread, I can only use one a day. As an action, I can cause the sphere to replicate the Well's Ancient Curse. For 1 minute, black water rises in a 30-foot radius, 60-foot high cylinder centered on a point that I can see within 120 feet. The area is heavily obscured at the start of each of my turns. Each creature in the area must succeed a DC 17 Constitution saving throw or take 6d10 holy crap necrotic damage and be pulled 30 feet upward by the water. Golly, that is overpowered. A creature that fails 3 saving throws is swallowed by the darkness and disappears as if affected by the spell power word kill. Spell power word kill. That's nuts. The sphere can't use this property again until the next midnight. That is an overpowered spell. The back draw is okay, but golly. And then the only other way to break the curse, the only way to break it, is if the sphere is removed from the well that empowered it and exposed to sunlight for 1 hour. The curse is broken, the water clears, the unnatural rising ends, and those taken by the well are freed, returned to the surface at the GM's discretion. So, this sphere can be empowered by being placed in a well and at night. And then once it's taken out, it has to be exposed to the sunlight for an hour, and that's how it dispels that curse completely. Because it's been broke, I now have the ability to cast and use this if I attune myself to it. Um, so it's a wondrous item, legendary, and requires attunement. Yeah. Um, Going back to this though, we recovered the three after breaking the curse on the sphere and the well. We described to the guy, "Hey, we can't stick around. Sorry, we gotta go. We have a job to do. We gotta report back to the guild as soon as possible." He goes, "Well, okay then." As this occurs, hang on. We obtained the orb and okay. So I essentially conversed with the elf. I'm like, "Hey, who do you think would dump something like this in the well? That you would think this is like a prized possession somebody would want to have." He goes, "I don't know, but they must have been not all there because that is one very powerful orb. We don't want to be dropping that anywhere near water." I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, I agree." Um, as we leave the village, we're thanked and waved off. We're seen off by the villagers of that group. Go ahead, just Thanos snap them. Don't mind me. They're now Adam's dust. We're gonna go away from the village now. We're gonna head back into town. We want to be extra careful along the way. We weren't attacked throughout that whole thing, which is kind of nice. Easy quest. Wasn't too difficult. We're gonna keep on going. I think. Yep, we're good. We're gonna toss a coin. Heads. This is where we put this here, and then I roll a d100. 32. Oh wow. So it seems as we're heading home, or at least to the guild hall, we have two rival adventurers that are not very nice at the moment. Let's see if I can draw on this. Can I? I can. Okay, so adversaries. We're gonna do this. Yep. We encountered two rival adventurers on the path to home. Each one is unique. I say that I'm gonna have to do this because yeah. Okay. So at perception, I'm gonna do this. 17. I note that one is a half elf, and the other is a dwarf. Asking what their business is here. They said we found a job flyer that essentially stated that people were going missing in a village in the northeast. Did you happen to take that job? We're like, yeah, we're actually returning from it. We got an orb, and we're gonna go collect a reward from the guild real quick. I go, oh, so they didn't need us, huh? No, apparently not. We took care of it though. We dispelled the curse of the well. We saved the people. We were even waved off a little while ago. He goes, well, we're gonna have to take that orb off of you. I go, what? Excuse me? They go, yeah. You see, we got to the flyer first, so we're gonna need that orb now. We're gonna need the flyer that says you completed it, whole 9 yards. I'm like, that's not how this works. You can't just come up and steal stuff from us because you didn't get there before we did. They're like, well, if you don't want to give it to us, we're going to have to take it from you. God, really? Come on. We don't have to fight. And then from here, they draw their swords. We roll initiative. We roll initiative. So roll for them first because they started this fight. We see 12 and at 20. So I'm first, Elf is second. And then 2, and then another nat 20. That's nuts. So the dwarf goes no. The elf goes third, and the dwarf goes last. That's how that works. So 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. This is the elf. Let's do this. Here's the elf. That's the dwarf. We're gonna treat these two as they're like right up on us. Type of just we're within combat zone. That works. From this, initiative is done out the way. I get first attack on these guys because I have initiative. I'm gonna go ahead and get this taken care of. I want to. I'm gonna use the Warhammer to fight them. I'm gonna use 2 hands the whole time, so I get versatile. That's a 1d10, and yeah. For my action, I'm gonna command my orb to fly to them and emit pulse. Pulse? Yeah, pulse. So boom. 1d4 force within 15 feet. So I'm gonna roll for the hit on the orb. That will be my stats applied to the orb, and then if it hits per my stats, then the 1d4 is the damage I roll. That's a 16. I think let's use Dex. Dex? No, it wouldn't be Dex. It would be. And it would be an intelligence, arcana, magic. So it'd be my intelligence modifier. We got 16 plus 2, that's 18. I don't have arcana, I'm not skilled in it. So from there, that is a hit. Versus their armor class, I'm fighting the dwarf. That armor class is 17. I have 18. That is 100% a hit. I throw the 1d4. Is that 1d4? Yeah, it's 1d4 force. 2 within 15 feet. So yeah, I command the orb to go forward, and pulse does 2 damage to the dwarf. That is 2d10 plus 4. So let's do. That's 4. I guess that's 9. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 plus 4, 17. So 17 health and 17 AC. Let's go ahead and break out the calculator as well as the notepad, taking that down. So this is dwarf. HP equals 17 HP. Let's go ahead and figure out this elf's stuff real quick. We have, it's a 2d8 for the elf, so 2d8 plus 2. So we're going to do, boom, 7 plus 7, 14 plus 2, that's 16. So elf HP equals, is that 17 again? 14 plus 2, 16. No, 16. HP, boom, good. Yay. We have their total HP listed above. Their AC is 14. Let's go ahead and just jot that down real quick. AC for the elf. It's 14, and then for the dwarf is 17, so that works. From this, we have definite hit on the dwarf. So subtract 2. Yes. Is the elf within range? I'm going to go ahead and say yes as well. So -2 on that. Boom. Sorry, calculating things. The friendly elf, Falamir, has turn 2. Let's go ahead and roll a hit die. Yeet. 10 plus this. We're almost done with that. I gotta keep that up. 10 and -1, so 9. It doesn't hit. He misses completely. He swings his. Does he have a weapon? I think he does. Yeah. He swings his dagger and hopes to hit. The other elf misses every time, except is the enemy elf. Rolls a 13 versus a friendly elf. Is 10. Definitely hits friendly elf. Let's go ahead and do the math on this real quick, because the health on this is a 2d8. So we got 5 plus 2, so 7 HP for Falamir. That really is 7 HP. That is actually kind of nuts. I was not expecting that to be that low. This dude is weak. I guess that's what he gets for being a timid elf, but still. That is the correct way to spell it. Okay, so from that, it does in fact hit, and this enemy elf is going to these. Big hand axe. Yeah, he's going to use his hand axe to attempt to slash him. It's a thrown weapon. 1d6 plus 3. It definitely hits, so 1d6. Rip. So as a rival adventurer, he essentially slashes through the armor of the elf. And oh wait, hang on. Let's see if does he have any more AC that's kind of helping him. Because if not, it kind of sucks. He does not. Be sad. So because he's targeted by an attack, he has a reaction that he can make called Cower. When targeted by a attack, Eldrin can impose disadvantage on that attack by dropping prone and begging for mercy. So as he's being looked at to hit, he goes for it and reacts, cowers, and I believe it's disadvantage on the hit die. It makes sense because that determines whether hit or miss. I target the elf to attack. Roll disadvantage is 5 and 10, so it takes 5. Doesn't hit AC. I was wrong. Sorry, I did that completely backwards. I forgot about the reaction. Saving the elf, kinda. Sorry. He essentially cowers, begs for his life. In an attempt to attack, the enemy elf decided he was gonna swing his axe at him, but misses completely. Instead, it just hits the dirt right behind him. And because it was thrown, he no longer has it in his hand, meaning he is now having to switch to his Warhammer to attack things, which will be his thing next turn to ready a Warhammer. Let's go ahead and get with the dwarf, see what's happening with him. That is a 1, a nat 1 on that die. He isn't hitting anything. Instead, what happens is when he swings his sorry, this is on the whim. This is the dwarf. So he's using his Warhammer. As he swings, he misses completely, kind of like a golfer misses his golf club on his 5th shot in. He swings, misses, hits the dirt next to his foot, almost chops his foot off. It's kind of hilarious because he, skims the shoe and slices a little bit of it off. He's thanking his lucky stars right now. His foot's still attached. Hi. Ooh. Food. Food. Glorious food. Fries. Thank you, Big Mac. Big Mac. Thank you. Much appreciated. Hey. If you want to get in on this, you can. But just so we're on the same page. I'm not asking you to play characters. I'm asking you to flip a coin. Yeah, I guess. Or roll die. That's not it. Yeah. This is tasty. And I have a Big Mac and I have fries. So, yeah. Brain juice, man. Is kicking it. Is trying to. I see the food in front of me. I'm going, food. Get back into it. The, dwarf misses, slices off a piece of his shoe. Thanks his lucky stars. I roll for my hit. I'm targeting the dwarf. 10. Plus 2 and 2, that's 14. 14 is above his armor class. No, it's not. I miss. It's a 17. So, I try swinging a sword, or not the sword, my Warhammer, at this dwarf. I managed to hit the same axe he used to split his shoe off. I just further thrust it into the ground. I'm like, oh, sorry, fam, I meant to hit you. Pardon me, my finest gentle sir. The head of this hammer was meant for your face. That being the case, the elf looks at me like I'm a dumb McSpazatron. And tell him, dude, I did my best. I was aiming for him and everything. I don't know what happened there. He then proceeds to roll, targeting the other elf. Hits an 18, way above that armor class. And he rolls a hit die for his dagger. I believe the dagger's a 1d4. Yeah, it's 1d4 plus 1. So he hits, he rolls a 1d4. Hot dog. That's a 4 plus 1 for 5, so he deals 5 damage to the opposing elf. I got something I want to try next stream. I'm realizing it now. It's kind of dumb. You guys can't see the HP. You just see a stagnant picture of me describing things and going at it. And hearing the story, of course, but still. We'll continue going with this for now, but I'm going to, I'm going to wait. So, as Felomir slashing away at this enemy elf, he's just crashing through armor, left, right, and center. He's not doing much damage otherwise to the armor, but he gets a few good licks in. He's bloodied up the left arm of this elf. Just going to town on him. And from there, it's the enemy elf's turn. Nat 20 for critical. Hit no matter what the target's AC is. Good. Roll damage die twice. Double the dice, not the modifiers. Okay. So, critical hit 2d8 plus strength. After. Cool. If you crit with one long sword, that attack becomes 2d8 plus strength. Okay. So, assuming that's the case, this elf is going to attack me. That's the dwarf. This is the elf. Alright. So, that's plus modifier. Okay, so they're the same. It doesn't matter. So we have critical hit. It's a 1d6. So I'll roll 2d6. Boom. That is a 5 and a 3. So 8 plus 3 plus strength, which is 0 on this elf. Swing, swing. Hits me for critical. I go down 8 HP. Wrong mouse. And I have 7 remaining. Boom. With that being the case, it is now the dwarf's turn. These are not the crispiest of fries, but they're still good. Dwarf is a 4. Targeting me, doesn't hit my class armor class. Misses completely, skims off the other shoe of his. Weird. The enemy was looking at him like, dude, come on. You're making a fool of yourself. Get it together. Hit the man. Pardon me. I got a sandwich. $16 plus my numbers is above his armor class. I'm going to target the dwarf. Hit the dwarf. So off of 1d10, I get a 9. I deal 9 damage to this dwarf. He goes from 15 down to 6. The sandwich is the bomb. I take my warhammer, rise it way above his head. With a mighty crash, I go whack. You hear the metal tink off his helmet. I broke his neck just a little bit. He's got some feeling in his fingers, tingling going on. Otherwise, he's standing upright, dazed. He was just smacked in the head with a great hammer. From my turn, it goes to friendly elf, Philomere's. Let's see if he hits. Nat 20 for a critical off the elves. Both these elves are out for blood right now. That's crazy. So he definitely hits enemy elf. Enemy elf takes. He only has a dagger. So 2d4. That's 1 plus 1. 2 plus 1 is 3. He deals 3 damage. He goes shink shink, boom. It was a critical hit, but it wasn't much. Severed the tendons in one of his hands, so now I can only use one hand. Otherwise, he's still upright fighting. Blood's gushing out of his hand. Both adversaries are having a bit of problem. This is 3. Minus 3. Alright. So the elf is at 6 HP. The dwarf is at... Oh no. Yeah, they're both at 6 HP. Crazy. This food's good. I don't know if you guys know this or not. Okay. So, friendly elf hits enemy health. Puts him down to 6 HP. He's bleeding. And then roar. Or, hey, you will never take our prize. How dare you assume that you could ever win in a fight against us? Enemy elf rolls. 16. Targets me. Hits. And I believe he's going to use a short bow. 1d6 plus 3. 4 plus 3 is 7. Rip. So I'm taken out. I'm incapacitated. Not dead, but incapacitated. Because, again, he's after the loot. Cool. I'm conscious, but I'm incapacitated. I can't move anymore. He has severely damaged me. It is not fun. Not good. From this, the elf decides he's mad. Mad. Good, tasty food. Friendly elf decides he's mad. And his reaction to this, me being incapacitated, is to cower. He forces a disadvantage on the next attack roll, regardless of what's targeted. So the attack die are rolled for the dwarf targeting the elf. 3 does not hit. He completely misses. Actually shaves off his toe, dealing 1 HP. He screams in agony as his toe is severed. Blood's gushing out all over. It's not a good day for this dwarf. This dwarf is really, really going through it. He's missed a number of his shots, and it's costing him. From this, it's my turn. I gotta make a Constitution saving throw as a 1d20 plus my modifier. So a 3 plus 1. I'm still down for the count, but I'm gonna use my action to. I have an action. Wait, can I? Oh, I can't take actions if I'm incapacitated. So that's out. I'm still up. I'm good. Yeah, that's fine. The elf, friendly elf, is going to use an action to, I believe, cast a spell. Hang on. Okay. So he's going to attempt to stabilize by using one of his abilities, Herbal Remedies. He can use this once a day. He can administer a quick herbal treatment to a creature within 5 feet, restores 1d6 plus 2 health. So what we're going to do is roll 1d6 on me. He's going to target me. 1 plus 2 is 3. He's brought me back up to 3 HP, though I am incapacitated still. That's his action. Then the enemy elf rolls for hit. 3 does not hit armor class, misses completely, actually aims at the dwarf and nicks his helmet. Arrow comes flying off, goes pa-ting off all the way. Doesn't deal much damage to the dwarf, but it could have been worse. Dwarf looks at the elf. How dare you? How are you going to turn your back on me, you stupid elf? He goes, I wasn't aiming for you. I was aiming for him. Focus on the target at hand. Dwarf takes his turn. That is a 1. Dwarf is having such a bad day right now. His beard accidentally catches fire, but that was only due to the reflection of my hammer bouncing off of the sun reflection bouncing off my hammer onto his face. He wasn't aware that his beard could catch fire, like kindling the way it did, but he puts it out in time before he takes any damage. He's having a terrible day. Such a fun fight. Um, from there, it is now my turn. I've got to, because I'm incapacitated right now. Still, I haven't been able to take an action this whole time. I want to be able to take an action, so I need to look this up. Okay, so it is a saving throw still. Oh, 0 HP includes being incapacitated, but if you regain HP and still something else is going on. Okay, so I was incapacitated at 0 HP, but due to the restoration of the elf doing the magic on me, I am now brought back up. I'm looking at it now. It's usually a separate cause that causes it, like a spell, condition, or monster ability. But if I'm no longer unconscious because I've gained at least 1 HP, that means I'm up and good to go. So the condition has ended. I am good. I am recapacitated. All gold. Apart from that, now it is my turn to lay the smackdown on this elf because he's caused enough problems. That's a 14 against an elf that has an armor class. I have it right here. 14. I hit this elf with a full force strike. Whack! Right? I roll 1d10 for damage on the Warhammer. That's a 9. Do I add anything to this? I don't think I do. Versatile 1d10. Cool. Okay. So I do 9 damage against this elf. Take him out completely. I don't kill him because I don't want to be in bad standing with the guild. I just want to incapacitate him, knock him unconscious. He's now unconscious, laying on the ground in his own pool of blood. It's not fun. It's not good. This elf has had a bad day. Now the Orf is cornered on his own. Friendly elf makes his move, his hit die throw. That is a 15 plus his strength is that's a -1, isn't it? Yep, it's a -1. I don't think it hits the dwarf. Does it hit the dwarf? No, it does not. No, it does not. That's unfortunate. So, baby elf, swing, swing, swing at a small dwarf. It goes tink, tink, tink off the helmet. He's going too high with his blade. Doesn't hit him for anything. Scratches his helmet a little bit, but that's about it. Nothing really hits him. From there, it's the dwarf's turn because the elf can no longer make a decision. That is a 6. Misses completely again. knocks his helmet clean off with the hilt of his hammer. He brings it up in target of the elf. In the process, knocks his helmet off. It's now on the floor. He's helmetless and has missed again. Whack on the floor, right? Misses the elf completely. And then it's my turn. That is a nat 20 for a critical, so I 100% hit him. I rolled 2d10 because that is my versatile thing for the Warhammer. I got 1 9 and a 1. So I deal 10 HP to this dwarf, and I knock him completely unconscious. Boom. These two are no longer a threat. Did we get any loot from this? Let's see. We want to flip a coin. Heads for yes, tails for no. Heads for yes. We got loot. Let's go ahead and generate some loot real quick. Alright. So let's do a 1d4 for one of them. Yeah. 1d4. Sweet. Roll 4. So we roll 4 d20s. Number 9. 19. Number 6. And a second number 9. So 6, 9s, 19. So let's go ahead and take a look at 6. Dwarven Whetstone. Sharpened weapon during short rest. +1 damage on next hit. Really nice. So we go ahead and add this here. We're going to add this actually down here into this category because that one's getting kind of full. 1x Dwarven Whetstone. Sharpen weapon on next. Was that long rest? Short rest. +1 on next. Sorry, no. +1 damage on hit. Here we go. Then number 9, 1d10 gold pieces times 2 and a silver ring, non-magical, 15 gold plat. Okay, so let's do 2d10 for that because we get 2 rings. So 1, 9, 2, 7, 16 gold pieces first. Three, 4, 41. And then we've got 2x silver rings. And then 19 paired relics. 1x dwarf ruin And 1XL sigil. Once per long rest, +1 to ability check of choice. Oh. Okay. There we go. That summarizes that. We have a dwarf ruin, elf sigil. We got 2 silver rings, and we got 16 gold pieces from that. Good encounter. Good encounter. That was a fun little encounter. We incapacitated them. They're not dead. They're just off to the side. We rendered aid to them. Noting our HP, I recommend we go to an inn for the day. On the way back to the guild hall, we don't want to be covered in our own blood when we get to the guild. So we go ahead and make way for an inn. We don't want to be caught up in anything else. So we're not going to be looking for trouble. We're going to do disadvantage on encounters. We make it back to the city gates. We cross into it. Guards take notice. Dude, what happened? Why are you covered in blood? We had to fight our way through a mob of villagers and adversary adventurers out for a job we had already claimed. Oh, where are they? We have them knocked out over here. We didn't want them causing any more trouble for any other adventurers on the way. They go, okay, and let us pass. We're now in the city, heading towards the guild hall. Alpha's following closely behind. Essentially asks, hey, what do you plan on doing with the orb now that you have it? I figured I'll save it for a rainy day. If I really need it, I'll use it. But otherwise, I intend to keep it safe, away from anything wet or in the harm's way stuff, you know. We venture on down. We find the inn. We pay for our expenses each. I think 20 gold pieces for clean clothing, food, and a room would work. So we spend 20 gold pieces here. And round things out, I say keep the change. We'll spend 21 just to be on the courteous side. We make it to the inn without much issue. We essentially have a conversation about what all happened. Like, can you believe we managed to rescue those villagers? I was beginning to think we would have to go to like a wizard or something. I know I said stuff about a wizard before, but I honestly did not know where to go. This is the elf speaking. I responded in kind. Yeah, I was beginning to wonder whether or not you were telling the truth, but hey, all's well that ends well. We saved the villagers. The well's fixed. We got an orb that we have to attune ourselves to now. And, yeah, it's all is well. All is well. Elf affirms. We go to sleep. We wake up the next day. It's now early morning again because we have been on the road for a minute. We are freshly good. We have replenished one more hit die. I just realized. That should have been replenished a little while ago. I should have fixed that as well. We have 20 HP again. Remember, the spell gave us 4 from the, or 4? No, 3. 3 HP. Enemies are dead, and this dude's max HP is just 7, because 7. This dude is weak, weak sauce. We wake up, head to the road, and I straight up tell the elf, look, I appreciate your help, but when we turn this in, I think we ought to split the party up. From there, we continue towards the guild hall. Elf is silent the whole way. I think I hurt his feelings. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, but I really don't want to have to babysit someone if I can't even look out for myself 90% of the time. Thank you for the help. I'm not, like, I commend you for helping me back to my feet so I could continue the fight. But you really need to do better. Do better with fighting and defending yourself. We continue into the guild. We turn in the bounty. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the reward is for it. Alright, so we have okay. So we turn in the thing. The reward is essentially 45 gold pieces total, rewarded to each of us. And we also get 1 minor magic item. We have to see the loot down below. And we get a positive guild favor. So let's go ahead and add this up. We have 65 now. Gold pieces. Boom. We have 1 magic item. The loot on this is a 1d4 roll. So let's just do that real quick. That is a 4. We get a small crystal vial of weeping water. Counts as alchemy reagent. And it's worth 25 gold pieces. So let's go ahead and add this down here. Yay. From here, we need to go here. I don't know if a guild favor falls under other proficiencies or languages, but I'm going to put it there for safekeeping because I don't know where else it goes. That's +1 guild favor. This is our second job that we've taken for the guild. No, third, because no, second, because the dungeon we discovered chaos in was from the orc. This guild had 2 jobs we took, one for the orphans and then the other for this past thing we just did, which is good. Villagers are saved. We get 10 bonus gold pieces from this. Yes, we want to do another 10, so that's 70. And we also get advantage on next guild rep check. Yeah. Okay. That's taken care of. From job 2, we have an advantage. Once we go to job 3, and I assume this is another guild rep check, that'll be where we get the advantage and go up another. I think I could be wrong about that. Sweet, good, cool. I don't want to level up just yet because we have chaos to really mess with. Um, that was a great run of that job. We have been streaming for 3 hours. We have an hour to go. I hope you're enjoying it so far. I know that job was a short one, but honestly, I think we're doing good. Um, we completed it. We got rewarded. Elf is happy. I'm happy. We're gold. You did a good job, kid, but I still think we need to disband this party. If you're interested in learning things, I'm all willing to teach you. I'm not exactly an expert at anything, but I'll teach you what I know and help you retain some defense if you wish. Um, Continue taking jobs, get better at what you're doing, and hopefully, eventually, you'll be proficient in something that would help you better benefit yourself. Also, invest in some gear and talk. We'll talk after, okay? He says okay. We disband the party temporarily because we don't want to have to drag each other through the mud. After we get through with that, I exit the dojo. I leave it. I go to the footpath and I make my way back to the camp. That's what I intend to do. We're gonna do encounters the entire rest of the way. I am gonna take a break because I've been streaming for 3 hours straight. If you guys enjoyed it so far, consider dropping a like and leaving a follow. If you're new on the comeback, if you're new, drop a like, leave a follow. If you're on the comeback, consider sharing the stream with someone. I'm streaming for another hour. I have one more hour on my clock. Once I'm done streaming, yeah, it goes away. This whole thing will be posted to YouTube, so you'll be able to see this in a little bit better detail. Chat won't be visible, the red stuff won't be visible, but you'll see the character sheet and you'll see the screen as well as me. Hi, my face. What's up? You'll be able to see all that. Comment below on that VOD what your favorite part was, or if you just hate it in general. Honestly, any form of criticism is welcome. I stream Monday through Fridays, 4 p.m. onwards. Next week we'll be streaming Warframe. I get it's Thursday. It's kind of early for me to go ahead and say that, but I'm going to say it anyway. Next week I'm streaming nothing but Warframe all 5 days, so stay tuned for that if you're interested. I need ideas on what I'm going to be streaming next week, or not next week, the week after next, after I've played Warframe. Be sure to hit me up over on the community tab of Orbs Vault. That's where I'll be paying attention for all those posts. And I hope you enjoyed. I'm gonna press the BRB button. We'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. Go to the restroom, take a break, go get some food. See you guys in a little bit, okay? BRB. Never ceases to amaze me how many times I can break this. Dang it. I misclicked and I froze my OBS. Dang it, man. It didn't end the stream. It was interrupted. Come on. Like everything about it works except for the inputs. Come on. Might just move that input up, honestly. I don't get why it's so busted. I click one and then I try and click the other, and it's like it has a problem switching between the two when I know for a fact it's switched between the two countless times before and it should just work by default. Instead, what it does is it freezes up, gives me the not responding thing, and it just breaks as a result. So I have to close the program, have it report its problem to Microsoft, and wait for them to do absolutely nothing because nothing they do is going to work. So I gotta pull up Stream again. This is all being recorded, just so you guys know. Let's put this here because that's what I need. And then I have to log out of TikTok because TikTok is a pain. Doesn't like being logged in all the time. Good. Connect. Come on. Successfully connected. Good. I'll throw this to the mobile view. Toss that above gaming. We'll go from the end back to this. There it goes. It works fine that time. Let's go ahead and do stream. I'll just toss it to the same thing. Track. Starting stream again. That took way too long. I don't know why it broke again, but it broke again. It's being dumb. Big ugh. There we go. There we go. That works. Okay. Hi, chat. I don't know why my OBS decided to crash again, but it's starting to get on my last nerve with the crashing. I'm done messing with OBS now. I wish to continue to stream to the desired time. I have an hour remaining on stream. That's how long this is gonna last. I see 8 when I see 8 p.m. on my phone, that's when I'm gonna stop stream. It's 7:12 right now. So we have till then, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay? Okay? Okay. Okay. We just left the dojo, parted ways with our friend Falamir. He waves us off. I decide I'm going to continue northeast, and I want to roll for a few encounters on the way back to camp. I want to stop by some shops and pick up some things for the peeps over at camp. Let's do or attempt a random encounter now. And we've managed to get to this. Do we have an encounter? Let's see. We do. Roll D100. I see 49. 49 is one of the weird ones, I think. There we go. 49, 49, 49, 49. Magical storm changes color. So as I'm approaching this crossway here, I notice a storm brewing. I notice it could be magical. The telltale sign of it being a magical storm, it's actually a green storm. It's raining green. Typically, that's not a really good sign in real life, but D&D, we're going to call it magic. It changes color from green to pink, and I go, yep, that's not your average storm. I continue along this path north. We're going to head towards the capital capital ring type gist. I note that this is about where the merchant appears. Let's head on over to. Oh, I just connected to YouTube chat. Hi YouTube, how you doing? Welcome. I can see chat now. I'm gonna enter this shop right here. Let's see if let's see what it could be. Let's do dry goods and supply. Sounds like a good idea. So we enter this shop with a lot of dry goods and supply stuff. Let's go ahead and, because I've already done that, I'm going to get rid of it. I'm not using Black Feather, but that's something that we can do later. I'm going to go ahead and do chat. Okay. All right. So I enter in, I say howdy, how y'all doing? After some goods, I wanted to see what you guys might offer. I got some pretty good deals on potions as well as armor with enchantments on it. I had to pass those up though, and I wanted to see if you guys have anything worth my time. They go, okay, let me show you around. He shows me to a few items just as an example. So this is our finest equipment, our finest items here. Typically, people hunt down these for consuming. They're our best top sellers. He points me to a small wax sealed pouch filled with toasted nuts, dried berries, and faintly glowing red grains. I know it's a trail mix of some kind. He calls it Ember Grain. This is our Ember Grain trail mix. Sir, this goes for 5 gold 5 gold pieces on the market. You can't find a higher nutritionist source of protein and fiber in a pack anywhere else in the city-state. I highly recommend getting this, and if you're uninterested in that, we can move on to our next item. I like it. I'll take a couple of these, but I'm not going to take many. He shows me to our next item, which is a fine gray powder kept in a corked tin. So it's a metal bottle with some gray powder on the inside. It instantly absorbs moisture. I take a look inside the tin he hands me. Sure enough, it's gray powder. I note that it looks that of ashes. I ask him, is this somebody's relative? What's with this powder? He says, well, it absorbs moisture, you see. You can throw it at anything, and it can dry water fairly quickly. A lot of people use it to demoisturize their skin. Some people find it handy when lifting items. They rub their hands in it like chalk. Some travelers use it to unveil invisible mechanisms or sometimes creatures, and it can give them the advantage in certain scenarios. You got to be very, very mindful of the uses of it. There are plenty of uses for this, and that's why we keep it in a tin, so that way it's away from any water or in the air for dispersal. Handy in certain situations, but not for the variety type. This is very much so a niche item. And if you're not interested in this, we have another item called Traveler's Binding Cord. Essentially, it's a 25 foot coil of thin waxed cord that steadily tightens when tied. So it's a little better than rope. You can tie it in a good knot, and it is much tighter than your average rope. Can be used. Can be used to restrain creatures or people, whichever you fancy. So if anyone tries to escape these bindings, you can force them. Uh, it says force them to take the lower roll as a disadvantage, right? Um, People are sure to struggle. This is the shopkeep talking to me. Um, Anything you bind in these is sure to struggle once bound. It's difficult to escape due to the wax and how tight the knots are once tied. From this, I make a decision. I think I'm gonna go for, because how much is the trail mix? He says 5 gold pieces. I'm willing to sell it to you. Buy two get one free deal on the trail mix. What about the dust? Well, it's 3 uses per pouch, so I can't go less than 8 gold pieces. Again, if you buy one, you get one free for this one, just because it's a per use basis. And I ask him about the Traveler's Binding Cord. 10 gold pieces because it's popular among the guards as well as bounty hunters. You won't see a better quality rope used anywhere else. So, unless it's enchanted, of course, and even then, or made of iron. And even then, typically, because this is the cheaper option of them all and still worth using, 10 gold pieces is where I have it priced. I can't really do a deal on this one, unfortunately, because of how high in demand it is. If you're interested in it, I can give you one for 10 gold plat or gold pieces or two for 20, but I cannot do buy two get one free deal or buy one get one free deal just because of how high in demand they are. So take your pick. What would you like from this collection? I do want to get 3 Ember Trail mix, so 10 gold pieces for a buy two get one free thing. Okay. And then I do want to get exactly two. It's a buy one get one free just for the dust of drying, so 6 uses for 16, or so no, 8 gold piece, buy one get one free, 8 gold piece for 2. And then I do not want to get the Traveler's Binding Cord because I already have 50 feet of rope. And I don't want to over encumber myself, even though it looks like I have a ton. It really doesn't. I don't have a ton. I got 20 or 50 feet of silk rope that I can wait to use anything string like for binding. I can use silk rope for binding or climbing or whatnot. Whole 9 yards. I'm gonna go ahead and get 2 of the one and 3 of the other. So let's go ahead and do this real quick. So I got 3x Ember Grain Trail Mix. So I get advantage on Constitution saves against exhaustion. One hour. Plus resist hold damage for 10 minutes. Good. And I got 2 of the dust of drying. So this is, we'll keep it noted here. 6 of 6 uses. 3 per 10. What does this do? action, throw, or sprinkle. Five-foot cube of water or dampness instantly. Loss. This is a long one. Advantage on checks to climb or grip slippery surfaces for 10 minutes. Plus, negate disadvantage from wet conditions. Yeah. So, yeah, we're going to use flip a coin for this. Possibility. Good. Okay, so we got 2 of one, 3 of the other. We're good on that. We spent how much gold? We got 2 for 1, 10, 8, 18. I don't do math all that good, so we're gonna break out the calculator real quick. I don't know that number. 75 minus 18 equals 57. Good. All right, from here, we bid the guy farewell. Thanks for the items. We wave him away. Boom. We're gonna go ahead and do this because that's needed. We're gonna go ahead and do this. We're gonna walk up here because we're making our way back to camp. We want to make sure we are good. Take the footpath to the left. On the way past this house, let's see. I note that it's the house that collapsed earlier. It looks like it's been rebuilt, kind of. This. I note that it's been being rebuilt. I know that it's being rebuilt. There we go. It took a minute. I don't want that. I want structures here. Because this is a structure. We're gonna put that there, and then we're gonna do this where they've moved. So They reconstructed the house around the hole built, so like stilts and everything, to go up into the house without it collapsing again. And what they chose to do was they chose to build the house, and then on stilts they left the opening good and open for any adventurer who's wanting to explore the ruins to explore them. And so you can enter in this way and then go into the rooms that way, and then the house is on top, and we're pretty much good. They're pretty much safeguarding this here. I just wanted to point that out. Add some flavor to it. I'm like, huh. So they rebuilt around it. That's interesting. I wonder what architect they hired. Maybe I can hire him to build me a house one day. I continue to move on past an orphanage, heading back towards camp. Nothing happens, no encounters, at least so far. Continue onward. So eventually I find a shack with vendor inside. Let's see if let's do artist. Okay. So I venture into a painter's wear shop, and I ask around and say, "Hey, do you have anything worth using as for an adventurer?" Uh, the clerk across the way, he's just sitting there painting away ever so meticulously at a painting. He's essentially um, admissible to my presence at first, but then he slowly turns and goes and says, "Maybe, maybe not. I'm not gonna lie. Here are the wares." He points around to different objects in the room, describing each one. And I note that there are some that look like they could be useful. For instance, a brush of echoed strokes. Essentially, when I paint it right, the brush can repeat the last stroke I made up to 3 times instantly, and takes the need of deciphering glyphs and making it very, very quick. He also points to another thing is a portrait frame, and it's got whispers coming out of it. It's crazy looking, I'm not gonna lie. Essentially, he describes it as an ornate, slightly unsettling frame. Doesn't have glass on it or anything. He describes a time when the portrait was placed inside. It whispers faint observations about the subject, and it can be cryptic at times. Good for parties, not so good for family or relatives. They don't like the painting, hence why it's here. It can be used for a distraction, but I wouldn't recommend using it, especially if you're already in combat. I'd look around to other artworks in the room. I compliment the guy on his job and his talent. A lot of the things in here seem to be delicately crafted. I begin to realize that there's nothing really here that could suit or benefit a adventurer, more so an academic. And I take my leave, knowing there was nothing there for me to obtain. I thought about buying something, but it just wasn't in the cards. I held no value or interest in the items I saw before me, and they provided nothing in terms of survivability when in combat. I go this way as I'm adventuring towards the gates. As I adventure toward the gate, I encounter a messenger begging for urgent delivery help. He comes up to me in a frantic, Mister, I need your help, quick. I need you to deliver this message, this envelope specifically, to the guild hall located south of here. I go, okay, calm down. In a flustered state, I could barely understand him. He's frantically shouting at me. He needs help to urgently deliver this message to the guild. I go, okay. Here, let me take it. I'll run the whole way, okay? I'll run the whole way back down. I take it from him. He thanks me as I run away. I could barely make out his words. I'm running so fast. I'm running. And all of a sudden, the same magical storm I encountered earlier changes color again. It goes from a light pink to a very dark blue. All of a sudden, I think it's getting worse. It might even be changing size and getting bigger. We don't know, though. We just know it's storming and it's magical. I'm heading south towards the guild hall. We just gotta make our way down there. Nothing occurs, at least so far. I think we gotta go west from where we are. On the way past an orphanage, I discover that gravity is briefly reversed, and now I'm floating through the air. I don't know what to expect, but I'm floating at a firm distance. I from the ground. I'm just floating in the direction I was running in. I veer off the path ever so slightly. As I approach this next path, gravity changes again, and boom, I land on my butt on the footpath. I'm directly in front of the guild hall, but I don't know what happened right there. I just know that all of a sudden I was floating through the air, and I crash land. It takes me a second to realize what just happened, but all's well. I'm not hurt. I just fell from like a foot off the ground. I continue up to the guild hall, where I then enter in a rush. Hey, I was told to deliver this by a courier. He was very, very panicked. He said to quickly deliver this as soon as possible. Courier opens up the letter. One moment. So, courier opens up this letter and reads it aloud. This is to the Ironbound Guild of Wayfarers here. Priority urgent. Guildmasters and able adventurers, this is not a routine contract. At first light, a disturbance was reported near the old well at the edge of Hallamere. That is epic. Since then, 3 villagers have vanished without a trace. The water has turned black as pitch and by... One moment. Sorry. too similar. Okay, there we go. That last one was a little bit busted, but we're good now. So, the Ironbound Guild of Wayfarers, priority urgent. Guildmasters, a sealed caravan bound for northern passes has arrived at our gates. 3 days late and without its escorts, the drivers refuse to speak of what occurred beyond saying the road changed behind them. Tracks leading back along the route simply stop. The cargo remains intact, but something within the final crate is emitting a steady knocking from the inside, no matter how often it is checked. Opened or resealed, the sound resumes moments later. We have secured the caravan in the lower courtyard, but unease is spreading among the ranks. 2 guards assigned to watch have already abandoned their posts, claiming they heard their own voices calling from the inside the crate. We require a composed and capable party to investigate, contain, and if necessary, eliminate whatever influence is at work here. Exercise caution. Do not respond to the familiar voices unless you can confirm their source. Report immediately. Guild Steward Elric Varn. So, at this site, the receptionist looks in horror as people, or I guess in perplexity, as she's trying to discern why or how this could happen. She then looks up at me, a readily able-bodied adventurer, and says, "Are you up for another job?" I go, "Sure, I'm up for another job." One moment. Okay. Okay. Well, we know the backstory. The situation is unstable. Guards keep leaving their posts, and it's currently secured in the guild's lower courtyard. Lower courtyard's this right here, about right there, because this is going uphill, so it'd be over here. So caravan, let's go ahead and just situate that real quick. We're gonna bring let's go ahead and bring event markers. Boom, 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 and boom. Okay, this is our caravan. We got many different cards here, and it said the last one is the one that's got the locked container vault. One crate within the shipment is source of growing concern. Uh-huh. That's the last one. Okay, so from the letter, it's the last one. She says, head over to the lower courtyard and investigate the caravan, see what you can find, see if you can dispel whatever it is that's messing these guys up. So I head out to the lower courtyard and I investigate each one of the drivers. Let's go ahead and make sure we're good. 16, 1, 9, 11. So first guy pretty much spells out what's already been detailed on the letter. We've had numerous carts following us at one point, and we have lost the majority of our party. We were a total of 9. Now we're only 4. One of our carts keeps emitting the same sound over and over again, and it hasn't left our side. Please help us. This is starting to get a little concerning. The second driver was a little adamant, is still adamant on it being a complete hoax, that it's just something that can't really be identified and it shouldn't be of a concern. He's belligerent when he's talking to me. It's clear he doesn't want to be a part of the caravan anymore. It's become a situation that even he's completely oblivious to. He doesn't know anything. I head to the third driver in hopes to get some unique information from him. I investigate him for being the one cart apart from the other two to not have anything having to do with sound. Um, it is very apparent that it is coming from the final cart off to my right, but to what end I am able to hear these voices is unknown. They keep saying in different words, in different phrases, in different languages and dialects, but I'm able to recognize their homage. For instance, I hear the orc's voice. I also hear the Elvis Falamir's voice. I hear the old voice before he passed away, Crowmark's voice. I also hear the plaps and plups of the slime chaos back at camp, but she is nowhere to be found here. I asked the driver, I said, hey, can you remember anything unique that occurred as you were driving other than the disappearances of the people? He said, yes, I remember hearing a faint crash off in the distance. And then as we reared a corner where the visibility was there and I was able to see again, I saw there the final cart. He points over to the right, attenuating that that cart is the one that he saw specifically behind him the entire time. That cart raced past me around a corner. I know not why, I just know that for some reason after that crash, that person, that driver, that cart was in a panic and racing past me, and that driver is either insane, belligerent, or just off on Mead Central. I don't know what's wrong with this driver, but something needs to happen with this cart because it has done too much already. I agree and understand. I head over to the cart here and I essentially investigate the final driver. Driver essentially says, dude, those voices, I they're all dead. I don't understand, why am I hearing these voices? Can you hear them the way I can? Help me. The cart, something about this is cursed and I don't know what or why. Please help me. I affirm that it is not him that's insane. I hear voices too, even from dead people on this from this cart, emanating from this cart, and I don't know why. So I'm going to investigate this cart. I assure him that things are going to be okay. It fails epically. He doesn't believe me at all. He assumes the cart is cursed in such a way it'll forever haunt him the rest of his life, and he runs away. He runs completely in terror. He runs all the way off in the distance. No one can keep up with him. He's just too fast. He's too afraid. He runs away, and the problem remains. This cart is still emitting strange voices. We don't know why. It just is. Now I'm in charge of investigating this cart specifically. Um, Uno momento. Allow me to. Give it 1 second. Okay. 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 Sorry, that was a lot of reading. I had to essentially like DM my way from the other way and player my way from the other way to come to a satisfying resolution for you guys. There was a lot of reading involved. I'm sorry. So I approach the final crate to the knocking and whispering. I note that there are a lot of dead voices as well as living voices coming from it and violent knocking. Looking at the crates, there's only one that really stands out as it's covered in blood, and I notice and am able to perceive that that one crate is shaking, but the rest seem to be emanating the roughly the same sound. So I go one by one, checking each of the crates. I note that there's plenty of artwork. There's livestock in one. There's plenty of scrying stuff for scribes. We have jewelry in another. I finally crack open one that looks like it's got some kind of magical device in it that's constantly moving. I think that might be what it is, but I have to investigate it further. I note that it's an item of interest, but I don't know much beyond that. I know it could be potentially the item I'm looking for, but clearly, it's undiscernible to me. I don't know what it is, so I tuned into the final crate where I further investigate before I open. I know it's a crate with a bunch of knocking and noises coming from some of them. I proceed to open said crate. I break open the lid with my insurmountable strength versus wood. Um, I look inside and I investigate what it could be. I note that this crate has nothing in it. There is not one thing in it, and the sound ceases. There is no more knocking. There is no more screaming or whispering. There is no more anything. No more voices. It falls silent. I then proceed to look around. I see a few guildmates off in the distance of the courtyard. I also see some pedestrians off in the distance. I see the rest of the drivers huddled together around the first setup for first caravan thing right here, the wagon right here. I then proceed to place the lid back onto the crate and wait a moment to see if the whispers and the knocking, the violent knocking, continues. I wait for about 5 minutes, and sure enough, it starts back up again. It's ever so slight. I'm like, wait, hang on, what's going on here? Who's there? Who goes there? It's whispering from the crates again, and the knocking has begun. Off the crate I just opened with there nothing inside, the lid still on it. I take the crate off the caravan, I place it on the ground, and alert the driver, the head driver over here. Said, hey, I found the crate. That's the problem. He goes, really? You found it? I go, yeah, I found it. I ask, what exactly is special about this crate? Do you know? Do you know what's special about this crate? He said, no. There was another driver before him that led the pack before he mysteriously disappeared. We don't know what happened to him other than he was driving around with at the back of the caravan on our way to the city, and eventually he disappeared right alongside the others. We don't know if he's dead, destroyed, or what, but it's got to be something to do with his crate, right? I go, yeah, that makes sense actually. Let's see if I could figure out what this crate can do. I'm gonna go ahead and come over here, and I'm gonna bury the crate. I'm gonna bury it underground. I'm gonna toss this 10. So 10, 14. So I dig a hole big enough for the crate to go into. I place the crate in there. I cover it up. This takes easily an hour, 2 hours. It's now midday. Sun's starting to go off in the distance. It's not quite set. After I bury said crate, I proceed to ask the driver where exactly did he lose the first guy. He then hands me a piece of parchment and draws a rough sketch of the city like it is here. And he marks on the map where he thinks they may have gone, and he says they are over here. Oops. They're over there, so we have to go that way in order to get a hold of them. I go, okay, so here's the deal. You guys need to stay here because I'll have more questions for you later and potentially a update. Stay here and ensure no one goes near that hole. No one's allowed to leave it. No one's allowed to dig it. No one's allowed to touch it. Stay away from the hole, but stay close enough to see it. Okay? He goes, okay, we'll stay. I say, thank you. I accept the job from the receptionist. I investigate stuff, and I bury this crate here. Let's go ahead and mark this crate real quick. So we got this right here, and I want to do something like this right here, and I want to bury this crate right there. Okay. This crate's buried here. I'm going to go ahead and move to the footpath. As I'm moving along, he explains where exactly he is. He's off on the southeast corner of the city. We were passing over the mountain, and we rounded a corner. As we rounded that corner, We lost sight of the rest of our caravan. We know he's somewhere over there. We just don't know exactly where. You'll have to go and investigate for yourselves. I'm like, okay. So as I'm adventuring along the way, I'm heading southeast outside the city to reach this supposed abandoned caravan to see what I can surmise from it. Let's go ahead and toss a coin. Nothing occurs on my way in this direction, at least for right now. I'm going. I noticed the chest I got the loot from a while ago is there. It's slowly grown over with a bunch of weeds and mold and stuff. It's a dead chest. It's not doing anything anymore. Is it me or is the cough getting worse? I don't feel like I'm getting sick, but man, does that cough sound rough. Anyway, we make it to the city gate. I leave. I tell the guards where I'm going, what I'm doing. I'm investigating a missing caravan, trying to find where the lead driver was supposed to be. I then proceed to continue on my way. We're adventuring through rough terrain, so I'm going to be flipping at least 2 or 3 times here. There are no encounter so far. Keep going. It's been about 2 hours because I've had to go over a mountain to get to where I am. There is an event. 49 again. Is that the magic storm? It is. Magical storm changes color. As I'm heading down the cliff, I look over the city wall and see that magic storm I mentioned a second ago. It changes from, what did I say it changed to? A light blue. It went from green to pink to blue. It changes from a light blue to like a dark amber orange. Very dark, very ominous orange. I don't know what's going on in the distance, but I know and take note that that is a serious magical presence, whatever it is. I continue onward to my target area, not knowing what's ahead. I encounter another random event. I'd encounter a singular, hang on, 1d4, because funsies. I encounter 4 more displacer beasts stalking their prey. I encounter 4 more. Let's do this right here. One, 2, 3, 4. Encounter 4 displacer beasts stalking their prey. I don't think much of them. Instead, what I do is I wait for them to pass. They're stalking their prey. It's a small animal of some kind. They don't notice me. I'm a distance away. But I notice them. I don't engage. Instead, what I do is I let them pass. They are no longer a threat. I continue on my way. I reach the summit of the mountain, and let's make sure. Yep, another encounter. Magical well granting visions. So I find a magical well here. Let's do decor, because why not? And we'll make this blue, because that is a good color for that. I find a magical well here that grants visions. I proceed to the well in an attempt to acclaim a vision to see what I can do here. I stick my head in the well for a vision, and sure enough, it's a vivid one. It essentially depicts that of a man trapped underneath a wagon of some kind, unable to tell, and slowly glances over. He slowly glances over to a displacer beast hunting, coming towards him ever so stalkingly. Everything around him on the ground has been charred. There's fire burning beside him. He's bleeding from the head and his shoulder. He's pinned. He can't move. He hears screaming off in the distance. He looks the other direction away from the displacer beast. The vision then fades out as red ensues the scenery. I take a breath up out of the well. That was disturbing. That's not good. As the vision proceeds to sear in my head's pounding. I continue up the path towards my objective. Encounter nothing the rest of the way and make it to the target area. I then proceed to investigate the surroundings, see if I can find anything of value, of use. I notice the caravan's wagon trail. The tire markings are fairly fresh, fairly recent, as though a caravan had just crossed the same path they did. There are many of them overlapping one another, and I see off on the corner off the side of the road where tracks lead and have been covered up by the foliage. I proceed down the path where the tracks are, and I eventually come across this open area to the right of the way where there's at least 4 to 5 caravan crates. So I am wrong. It looks like 4 to 5 caravan crates and wagons worth of stuff, but it is torn to pieces, in tatters everywhere. The ground is a dark, dark brown, as though it had been scorched previously in the past. I'm not seeing any signs of life. I call out, "Is anyone there? Is anyone in need of assistance? Is everyone okay here?" I wait. Nothing. Nothing is nothing's calling back. Nothing's answering my announcements. I then proceed to look around the caravans, crates, the ones that are here anyway, and I investigate what could have happened. Nothing of value comes to mind. I just see a bunch of tattered cloth as well as wood sparsely everywhere. I notice the crates. I notice the wheels and how big they are. I kick one of the wheels, thinking nothing of it, and it falls completely apart. It disintegrates at the touch of my foot. I note that whatever was here is no longer. There is no sign of life, and this caravan specifically has been completely destroyed. I think I want to return back to the city, as I'm slowly noticing my surroundings becoming more and more dark. The sun is setting and I'm in the wild. I don't want to be caught out in the wild. So I head back to the footpath. And on the way, I encounter a floating crystal that's humming with energy. Let's make this one like that right there. Boom. And we're going to do this. And we're going to do this. Boom. I know that's hard to see, so I'll do this. I encounter a floating crystal. That's humming with energy. Oops. I can only ponder as to what it is, so I think I'll investigate. That is an 8. I just note that it's a floating crystal. I want to try and grab said crystal. I want to see exactly what it is that I'm dealing with here. If I can claim it, place it in a bag, whatnot. I think DC floating crystal with energy emitting off of it. I imagine 13. Okay, so it'll be athletics check. Roll to claim this crystal. I get a 14. I jump into the air, snatch it out. I now have it in the palm of my hand. It's pulsing, radiating with energy. I don't know of what kind. I know enough to stow it away, though. All right. Had an idea and it completely left. Like I brain stopped for all 2 seconds. Okay. 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 So Cool. I think that's what we'll do. So I claimed this crystal, I placed it in my pouch, and I think that's about all we can do. I know it's been a pretty quiet run so far. I apologize for it. Um, we have hit our 4-hour mark though for recording and streaming. If you enjoyed it, consider dropping a like and leaving a follow if you're new. If you're on the comeback, consider sharing, dropping a like, and leaving a comment as to what your favorite part, what you did not like was. I just got a crystal. We're in the middle of a quest. When we get back, we'll have a little bit more to do regarding this crystal. I am in the hopes of actually getting this to, like, this is a pretty cool setup. I've got stuff set up on my laptop to really get this going. This is going pretty dang well. Tomorrow, Chaos will be with us, so things will be nice and dandy. I want to continue this quest line with her, with a little bit of input from her, whole 9 yards. But that being the case, it looks like we're going to be finishing this quest tomorrow, and then we'll be starting stuff with her tomorrow as well. So that's a thing. We'll do the turn-based stuff like we were yesterday. Thank you guys so much for watching. It was fun playing D&D. Even solo, it's fun playing D&D, honestly. I learned a lot from today. I learned a little bit about storytelling alongside encounters and how things work, and I think I am settling into the fluidity of actually playing D&D now. I think I am. I think I'm doing a decent job, even as a DM and player. At the same time, I'm using Chat GPT for a lot of the encounters, so it's very, very hit or miss with what I do. I hope it was entertaining. It was entertaining for me. I enjoyed the quest and the loot. I haven't leveled up yet, and that's fine. I intend to next stream with Chaos in tow. Thank you guys so much for watching. Again, I will see y'all tomorrow, 4 p.m. Don't be late. I have a video coming out, and I'll be streaming from 4 p.m. all the way to 10. So, that's also a thing. I will see you guys in the next one. Peace out.